Introduction by members. Member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just want to take an opportunity to pay tribute. We've had, it's been a lot of death in my world in the last few weeks. So first off, I would like to acknowledge the passing of Larry Jemayev, who died a few weeks ago. Larry, I got to know Larry working on agricultural projects in the community and the work he did for the Duke of Wars, and his passion for making fresh bread in a brick oven. He will certainly be somebody that is sorely missed in the community. The last conversation I had with him was not that long ago, talking about his passion for regenerative agriculture, which is something that community that he was part of has been doing for a very, very long time. And so I look forward to continuing that work on his behalf. Last week, I had the opportunity to get home in time for a funeral for Mick Hanlon, who, one of my first memories from life is when my parents, when I was about 1 year old, my parents were building my house and they had tied me onto the roof of our house so that I didn't fall off, and I guess I could be with them. And I have a very fond recollection of Mick as one of the people who, in a photo, is hoisting the main beam of this house, which is 20 feet off the ground, and pretty remarkable to see how it was done at that point. Certainly not a lot of work, safe oversight in terms of that venture. Mick was a community leader in terms of being a coach, impacting many, many people's lives that way. He also would show up for Remembrance Day. He was active in the Legion, show up for Remembrance Day wearing his kilt, and he was a member of the Black Watch for Canada, which I discovered after his death were also referred to as the Ladies from Hell, based on how they engaged in their activities. And so I want to honor and respect the work that Mick did. My wife's uncle died this last weekend. Thank you. And so I thought I'd just read out a statement from them. Quote, "I promised Mark I would share his story so that we could help other people suffering in silence from addiction and feeling too ashamed to seek help because of the stigma associated with it. It should not exist. Addiction and mental health disorders are diseases just like diabetes, multiple sclerosis, or heart disease, and failure to treat them can lead to debilitating health conditions or death. We need to make research for treatments a priority because addiction can happen to anyone, and we're losing far too many good people like Mark to this insidious disease. If you're concerned about yours or someone else's drinking, please don't stay silent like we did, because secrets can lead to devastating loss." Thank you. And finally, an acknowledgement that when I first got elected here, one of the local mayors that I had the opportunity to get to know and was definitely an advocate for his community was Manfred Bauer, the mayor of Karamias at the time. Manfred didn't run in this last election, and he just passed away recently. So I want to thank him for the work that he did for community as well. Thank you.
Introduction of bills.
Members, before we proceed any further, the Chair is prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised earlier today by the official opposition House Leader, the third-party House Leader, both of which were taken under advisement. While unusual, the crux of the matter outlined in both members' grievances in raising their question of privileges is the same, so the Chair will deliver one ruling. The Chair thanks the members for following the proper procedure for raising a question of privilege and is grateful to the official opposition House Leader and the third-party House Leader for their thoughtful submissions, and to the Government House Leader for his responses. In the interests of time and in attempt to return to the House with all possible expediency, the Chair's ruling will be brief. The official opposition House Leader and the third-party House Leader outlined in their submission their view that the government House Leader misled the House in his remarks prior to moving a time allocation motion under Standing Order 8101 on November 29, 2023. An imputation with respect to a member misleading this House is a very serious matter that the Chair must approach with utmost care. In deciding on such a matter, the Chair must examine any evidence that 1. proves that the statement was misleading, 2. establishes that the member, in this case the government House Leader, making the statement knew at the time that the statement was incorrect, and 3. proves the member intended to mislead the House in making the statement. In reviewing the submission made to the Chair, the dispute at hand appears to be a matter of disagreement about interpretation about the words spoken by the government House Leader when he informed the House that a consensus could not be reached amongst the parties. As the Chair noted in a ruling only yesterday, a disagreement or debate between two members is not a matter for the Chair to weigh into or adjudicate. As such, it's the ruling of the Chair that prima facie breach of privilege has not occurred. Prior to concluding, the Chair will note an awareness of the frustrations that exist around the management of House business, a frustration that is rooted in a genuine desire that all members have to undertake their parliamentary duties and to fulfill the democratic process. The Chair acknowledges that the House leaders have a key role in ensuring the smooth operations of the House. In the coming weeks, the Chair will take it upon himself to work with the House leaders to find a better and more collaborative way forward prior to the resumption of House sitting in 2024. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, call Committee of the Whole Bill 47, Housing Statutes Transit-Oriented Development Amendment Act. In Douglas for Committee Room, call Committee of the Whole on Bill 45, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act.
Committee Chairs.
All right, members, let's get this committee underway. We're here with Bill 47, 2023, Housing Statutes Transit-Oriented Areas Amendment Act 2023. I see the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief with my comments to the amendment, the proposed amendment to Clause 1, which would, under the definition of transit-orientated area, which, as it currently reads, says means an area within a prescribed distance from a transit station, would actually add in, except for an area that is part of a heritage conservation area. We have this amendment, as I indicated at the very front end. We also have a similar, well, exact same worded amendment, except to deal with the Vancouver Charter in Clause 12. However, due to the closure provisions that the government has brought forward and restricting debate and what time this bill will have to be dealt with, we're not 100% sure we'll get to that clause, but we wanted to make sure that it was known. And that's why you would have heard previous speakers interchanging what may or may not be happening with Vancouver and heritage areas, as well as other areas of the province, just to make the minister aware. We are aware that this would not impact Vancouver directly, but certainly Clause 12 would, and so that's why those comments were made in that light, just to, if there was some confusion potentially. We are well aware as an opposition of the differences there, and so we probably have very light commentary in Clause 12 as a result, though, and just thought we would try to bundle those together, and that pretty much sums up my comments, and we do hope the government will see fit to support this amendment that many community leaders have been asking for over the last few days as this bill's moved forward and getting closer to committee stage.
Housing Minister of Housing.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I want to thank the member for bringing this amendment forward. Although I support the principle of the amendment, we won't be supporting this amendment, and the reason why is that heritage properties are with this legislation already exempt. So if it's national, provincial, or local government identified heritage site or area, it is already exempt from this legislation. So Chinatown is something that certainly my colleague from Vancouver Mount Pleasant and Vancouver Fraserview also spoke to me about, is not part of this legislation. The Heritage Act and the National Heritage Acts and the Local Government Act supersede this legislation. And so I do appreciate the members raising it, because I too share that passion to protect that vitally important heritage. I know all members of this House do, and so that's why that important provision is there. Chinatown has a national heritage designation in the entire area, and so all of that is exempt from this this important legislation.
Shall the proposed amendment moved by the member for Richmond North Centre pass? Aye. Okay. Thank you. Division has been called. Thank you. All right, members, thank you. We are here to vote on a proposed amendment moved by the member for Richmond North Centre to Clause 1 of Bill 47. All those in favor, please rise or indicate. Just missed a call. Thank you. You can be seated. Those opposed, please rise or indicate. Okay, thank you. Please be seated.
Are you guys going to continue to follow?
Now we'll go to those online. Honorable Clerk.
MLA Ashton?
I vote aye.
Thank you. MLA Chen?
I vote nay.
Thank you. Minister Kang?
I vote nay.
MLA Sandhu?
I vote nay.
Honorable Clerk.
Thank you. Those voting yea, DeYoung, Dirksen, Millibar, Stone, Bond, Ross, Oakes, Bernier, Davies, Klovechuck, Morris, Kylo, Merrifield, Lee, Watt, Stewart, Shapitka, Ashton, Sturdy, Letnick, Taggart, First Now, Olson, and Walker, 24. Those voting nay, Parmar, Coulter, Lohr, Malcolmson, Bear, Kang, Cullen, Baines, Dean, Bailey, Mercier, Russell, Rutledge, Rice, Leonard, Chow, Arsing, Whiteside, Farnworth, Callon, Eby, Conroy, Sharma, Dix, Robinson, Fleming, Alexis, Rankin, Ralston, Simons, Elmore, Glumac, Routley, Donnelly, Green, Anderson, Chant, Sandhu, Dykeman, Padden, Begg, Chen, Asing, Rustad, and Banman, 45.
Proposed amendment fails. Members are reminded that photos in the chamber are not permitted. Member for Kootenay East. Member for Kootenay East. Member for Kootenay East. Member for Kootenay East. Photos are not permitted in the chamber. All right, members, let's resume here with the committee stage of Bill 47. We are on Clause 1. Member for Vancouver-Langara.
I want to take this opportunity to join in the review of Bill 47 with the time that we have in this chamber. I must say, Mr. Chair, I didn't have the opportunity to address the points I want to raise in relation to the Vancouver Charter because we were just into Clause 27 of Bill 44 when closure was brought down. And so, as we know, Mr. Chair, in terms of the tremendous build of transit infrastructure in the city of Vancouver, including the Canada Line that runs right through the middle of Vancouver Langara, the ridings for Vancouver Fairview, Vancouver Falls Creek, out to Richmond. We know how important that transit infrastructure is. So as we consider Bill 47 in terms of transit-oriented areas, there were a number of items that the member from West Vancouver, Capilano, as the Shadow Minister responsible for housing, and the member from Kamloops North Thompson were addressing with the minister around off-street parking and what that means. And the minister, in response, was talking about some measure of frequent transit areas, including what is contemplated by TransLink. This, Mr. Chair, is the linkage between, for example, what this government has brought forward in a rapid fashion, in a piecemeal fashion, without due consideration, opportunity for discussion and understanding, at least for residents in Vancouver, as to the impact of Bill 47. So I wanted to ask, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, as we consider Bill 47 in transit-oriented areas and the density that will be sought around transit-oriented areas, the test around frequent transit areas, is that the test that will be applied in terms of understanding when we're talking about transit, in terms of wait times being the 15-minute test? Is that the test that is going to be brought to bear in terms of determining transit-oriented areas?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. It's the first time the member and I have had a chance to have an exchange in this place. So, so there's two types of provincially designated transit-oriented areas at transit hubs. So within 800 meters of a rapid transit station, like SkyTrain, within 400 meters of a bus exchange where passengers transfer from one route to another. And the three TOD area types would be Type 1A, which is rapid transit hubs in Metro Vancouver. Type 1B is bus exchanges in Metro Vancouver. Type 2 is bus exchanges in the Capital Region, Kelowna, other medium-sized municipalities. And then the Type 3 is bus exchanges in small-sized municipalities.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can't resist to respond to the Minister responsible for housing, because I was standing in this chamber, of course, only, I think it was 2 days ago when we were debating Bill 45, and I did make a comment that I was disappointed that the Minister responsible for housing wasn't in the chamber addressing the important provisions around shelters in Clause 1 and Clause 2 of the bill. And of course, my colleague, the member from Abbotsford West, is now doing that with the Attorney General. And I did get called out for that, as you are about to call me out on that as well.
Because
no,
we don't comment
that.
on legislation happening in another place.
At which point, Mr. Chair, I did say, well, I'm not getting any answers from the Minister of Housing, but in any event, I just had to say it that way. I appreciate the opportunity here to get clarity from the Minister responsible for housing. I know when the Minister says that, and as I observed in the Douglas Fir committee room previously on Bill 44, that the Minister certainly recognizes the build around infrastructure, including the Metro Vancouver 2050 transport plan. And again, just focusing on Vancouver, because that's the time that I have here, when we talk about 800 meters from a SkyTrain or Canada Line, 400 meters from a bus exchange, or the first category of transit-oriented development, 1A, as the Minister referred to, for rapid transit bus exchange and presumably rapid transit. We know that in that plan, Mr. Chair, in terms of the 2050 plan, there has been focus on the important need to support and expand rapid transit bus service across Vancouver, South Vancouver, 49th and 41st Avenue. As the Minister may well know, that, for example, Langara College, 85% of the students there before the pandemic arrived to go to school at Langara College at 49th and Cambie by transit. It's just an example of the importance of transit along 49th. 41st, of course, we have the build of a second town centre for Vancouver around Oak Ridge. And of course, Mr. Chair, as you may well know, of course, as a local Vancouver MLA as well, that Marine Gateway has expanded tremendously because of the vision of the leader of the official opposition when he was the transportation minister under the former government, building the Canada Line, which of course has now enabled the kind of density, transit-oriented development that this government is now recognizing the importance of. But having said that, Mr. Chair, the concern around frequent transit areas and 15-minute wait times are very present from the residents of South Vancouver, because when they're trying to get to work in the morning or return to work, or let's just say go to work in the morning, and they're standing at the foot of Marine Drive and Fraser or Main Street, for those who are above 49th or 57th, the buses go by. The wait times are more than 15 minutes, and the buses are often full. I've been told by riders who are getting on the Marine Station at Canada Line, at the foot of Marine Drive and Cambie, Marine Gateway, that bus 100, when it leaves that station and goes to its next stop and the stop after that, is already full. This is a place in South Vancouver which, unlike so many areas in Vancouver, 32% of the residents travel and transit to work every day. And yet, its transit infrastructure is at a deficit compared to all the other parts of Vancouver. This is something that the South Vancouver Neighbourhood House and SFU have done a study on, and they've released. Marple Neighbourhood House is doing a similar asset deficit review. So as we look at frequent transit areas and the build around what is permissible under Bill 44 as it was passed, and this transit-oriented development Bill 47, has the government done an assessment as to the transit needs that are going to be necessary in order to support the potential lift in density in South Vancouver?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for his question. TransLink has just completed their 2050 strategy, and it includes growth patterns expected with the expansion of transit. This is very much aligned with that. The member, I think, raises the point around South Vancouver in particular, his community, his region, and that all that was considered by TransLink in that strategy. The member also asked about investments. We've provided $1.9 billion to TransLink in 2018 investment plan, $2.4 billion for the TransLink 2022 investment plan. We just provided $479 million with the year end to support TransLink to maintain, so they can continue to maintain the service levels. And I know that goes a long way, as the member highlighted, supporting the students in Langara. And so I think we could agree that those investments are important, and they need to continue to happen to support people in the members' community, but also those that commute from outside of the community to come to the members' riding.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the response and of course, the continued need to build transit infrastructure in Vancouver. We've seen recognition by the City Council in Vancouver. Recently, they focused on the need to support and give input to Metro Vancouver's board around the further need to support transit build out on Hastings Street on the premise that it would then link up in a better way with the North Shore. And of course, we know, as the member from the leader of the official opposition has called upon, in terms of building additional infrastructure out to the North Shore, how critical that's going to be, that this just demonstrates, Mr. Chair, the need for understanding around investment in rapid transit and build out of transit infrastructure. But as we do that, Mr. Chair, and as we encourage under this Bill 47, what is clearly recognized as important, both by myself and members of our caucus and our leader, in terms of recognizing the importance of what we're building around transit infrastructure, that the planning around the impact on communities, as I was just giving a few examples of, Mr. Chair, are very important. Because right now, even with the current plans of density around the Canada Line, South Vancouver still is at a deficit. We don't have enough supports. And by that, I also mean further consideration of a bus line going around 57th Avenue east to west, additional Canada Line stations at 33rd and 57th Avenue. These additional stations for the Canada Line were contemplated as part of the original plan back in 2010, 2011, when the Canada Line opened. And now, as we continue to see silence from TransLink around those sites, we know that it's important as we build further development at Langara Gardens on 57th and Cambie, at MST Lands, on the Heatherlands, on the site of the old RCMP headquarters, the Cambie corridor, that those additional Canada Line stations will be very important to ensure that we have the continued support and access to the Canada Line. Because right now, as it stands, Mr. Chair, we go from King Ed 25th to 41st with nothing in between, 16 blocks. We go from 41st Avenue down to Marine Drive with nothing in between. This is the reason why we need to have those additional stations built at 33rd and 57th. And when we're talking about this Bill 47 coming forward and creating greater density allowable around these transit-oriented infrastructures, including the Canada Line, we need to ensure that the province is working with the local governments to build that additional transit infrastructure to support the growing population. And right now, I know in my past discussions with the City of Vancouver, over the last number of years, there's a business case to be made for a $100 million station to be built. We've seen the City of Richmond do an infill station. We know it can be done technically. We know that if we are working with builders of housing, including those who are doing the sites at 57th and Cambie and 33rd and Cambie, there are great possibilities. But I know in talking to those builders of housing that they're not getting much response from TransLink. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, what is the expectation of the Minister responsible for housing around building further transit infrastructure as we continue to look at building further housing around the infrastructure itself?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I would say that I share the members' desire to see the transit-related infrastructure expand. I think we all can agree in this House that as more and more people are using the transit, that we want to continue to meet that test for everyone. And there's a huge generational shift that's happening with transit. You know, when I was younger, you catch a bus very rarely. Now my 13-year-old and his friends are on the bus everywhere, all the time, because of their student passes, and just get on a bus and call me from some random place, and I'm like, how did you get there? And they're like, well, we just took the bus. So as a parent, I worry a little bit about that. But it also is a reminder that that shift is happening in a big way. And so, yeah, I share with the member his belief that we need to continue to expand this. I know the Mayor's Council is having deliberations on what that expansion looks like. Mayor Brad West, I've had an opportunity to talk to Mayor Brad West multiple times about the need for us to work together to expand the services in communities in Vancouver, but also across Metro Vancouver. I think he shares that passion. I'm confident the member knows that they announced their first three I guess, routes that they're going to prioritize for bus rapid transit. So the North Shore is part of it, Surrey, King George, I mean, much needed, and of course into the North Shore. And I think that's is going to make a significant difference in those communities. I know Richmond is having conversations. I know my mayor is advocating, with councillors advocating strongly that Scott Road be part of that. And so I think that, you know, we need to ensure that the transit continues to expand, and we need to ensure that when we invest billions of dollars in transit, that we have housing that comes with it. And so I think the member and I agree, and certainly I've been advocating for that increase to happen.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to the Minister, I know that in terms of global cities like Vancouver is, and Surrey and elsewhere in our province, that we recognize the shift as we see the greater reliance on public transit if we have the systems in place. And that's why that vision, that forward-looking vision by the Leader of Official Opposition to see the needs of where the province needed to go, was years in the making prior to 2010. But I will say that it's been projected by Metro in their 2050 plan that there's going to be a need for an additional 500,000 homes built in the Metro Vancouver area in the next 30 years. And as the Minister talks about what that might look like transit-wise through that plan, we know that with this Housing Bill 47, that the changes that this government has brought forward overnight have changed the view, even on those existing projects on the Cambie Corridor. I was speaking to a recent home builder who has a project at 49th and Cambie, and originally they had contemplated it to be townhomes, low-rise condos type arrangements. As we see along the Cambie Corridor, I've always had advocated for years, even before I was elected, that we need to build the right mix of housing, more rental, more family, not what was viewed to be so-called luxury projects along the Cambie Corridor. It was all the same. So I think that with the City of Vancouver, after a number of different attempts with the developer responsible for Oak Ridge, that we've seen a different mix. It's a better mix, and we've seen the cascading down of six-story units and the like around Oak Ridge. But that's an example, Mr. Chair, of the importance of working with municipalities and understanding, of course, as former Premier Mike Harcourt, former MLA Darlene Marzari for MLA for Point Grey. I remember meeting with MLA Darlene Marzari and Dr. Tom Perry when they were MLAs for Point Grey when I was student body president at UBC, talking about the importance of housing and student housing around the university campus. And I know that in their history, as this minister and this government well recognizes, as the Premier did recognize today as well, that they know a lot about urban planning, about housing in our city, including a city of Vancouver. And their concerns, Mr. Chair, as they've communicated, is the words they've been using is that there's been a blizzard of arbitrary measures, that this is a one-size-fits-all approach, that it's a blunt policy framework that the government is moving forward with. And really, there is suggestions that they have, which do speak to the importance of understanding of working with municipalities. And so I know, for example, Mr. Chair, that even in the Marpole community, and the minister did hit on some of this in his debate committee review on Bill 44, that clause 15, which I wanted to get to in clause 27 on the Vancouver Charter, which we did not get a chance to do that because of closure. I know that for my constituents in Marpole, they were committed to by successive city governments in Vancouver that there be a 10-acre park built in Marpole in South Vancouver in exchange for greater density that was being built in Marpole as part of the Marpole plan dating back to 2008. So here we have an example of a neighborhood, a community in Vancouver, and I know Granville Woodlands, there's many Sunset, there are many other communities, Yaletown, West End, Falls Creek, who's still waiting for a Vancouver Olympic Elementary School, that the importance of coordination and investment by the province of British Columbia in education, healthcare, transportation, it's necessary. That coordination is necessary. That's what I'm asking, Mr. Chair, for the minister to clarify as to bringing forward these housing bills and with what continues to be big disconnects with municipalities. So the City of Vancouver has not honored that Marpole commitment and have gone forward with TransLink to build a second bus exchange. This is for green electric-powered buses at the foot of Cambie Street. That's important, certainly, but it's a second bus exchange in South Vancouver. The density continues to be built by virtue of this Bill 47, and yet, and I know in the bill debate on 44 there was mention and recognition of green space. There's an acknowledgement of the importance of healthy, sustainable communities. Marple has been overrun. And when we bring forward bills like this, without the necessary discussion, measures around it, I'm very concerned about what the former Premier Mike Harcourt and Darlene Marzari talks about and refers to as we see, to try and understand the measures that this government is bringing forward and to try and put it together. Because I've been advocating through my elected life for the communities of South Vancouver to build that right level of community infrastructure to support the housing that we need for the growing population that we see. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, I would give him one last opportunity to at least respond to myself for the residents of South Vancouver as to the recognition of how this Bill 47 and the other bills, if he chooses to comment, as to how this government is going to ensure that we're building the right level of community infrastructure on health, transit, education to support the growing population that these bills are arbitrarily putting on top of municipalities to build without much interaction and coordination with the local community plans.
Minister.
Thank you, and thanks to the member for sharing the concern that residents in Marple have raised with him. I haven't spoken to the Mayor of Vancouver around Marple specifically, but I think the member does touch a really important point, which is we need to ensure that we continue to invest in our infrastructure and have housing. We need to do them together. When we look at hospital expansions, we see St. Paul's is being built. We got expansion happening in New West. Surrey Hospital is coming. All these things have to be integrated, and you look at schools. I mean, it varies for schools, and we have some communities in Surrey and Langley where the population has grown. Has surpassed the modeling that the local governments had. I had an opportunity to meet with the mayor of Surrey and the school board council, school board trustees, Minister of Education. They shared with us their modeling of what they expected for over the 3 or 4 years, and then where the trend line actually went. Their modeling was completely off. Some communities have seen additional populations, and then I met with the chair of the Vancouver School Board, who shared that there's schools that are just don't have the same population numbers as they used to, and obviously there's been lots of discussion about the school board and the deliberations about whether they should sell the land or if they should keep it, et cetera. And so it does vary from community to community. What we're trying to do here is, first, there's a certain level of predictability that with the infrastructure, that there will be housing around it, but also move to a process where we're planning more often, set 5-year planning so that everyone understands, and pre-zoning is done so people understand where the growth can potentially come, so you can plan. It also helps, I think, the Mayor's Council, because their work that they've done on the 2050 in the modeling, it combines population growth and transit needs in their report. And so it gives them the ability also to plan. And it gives BC Hydro the ability to plan because now they know this is coming and they've got to do the work. And so I would agree with the member that all these things need to work together, and it's not one or the other. We need to do all of it at the same time. And of course, we canvassed that the Mayor's Council are looking at what the future expansion could be. I mean, we're talking Vancouver right now, but I think the member would agree with me that going out to Maple Ridge and making sure there's transit opportunities out there, all of it is important. But we want to make sure that housing is connected to it.
Recognizing the member from Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I've just got a few questions for clarification. And as I said at the onset, and as we've said through second reading, we generally support both the concept of Bill 47 and what it's hoping to do. There might be some areas we don't totally agree with, or we might not agree with some of the regulation to come, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Similar to our amendment in Clause 1 that we dealt with earlier, really our goal here today, I think, is to get some answers and provide maybe some extra clarity to the public, and that's really what that amendment was about. I'm not going to speak to that amendment because we'll have another one in 12 that we'll still pursue. But really, just if I could get the minister, because there's some confusion when we've been talking with groups out there with this bill, whether or not the 20 stories on certain corridors is a minimum or a maximum, the 10-story or is it 6-story. We've heard both in terms of some of the smaller centres that strictly have the bus service and not the high-speed rail type SkyTrain service. So could the minister just give a very clear kind of overview of what are the minimums, both in that much more high densified, high-speed SkyTrain type corridors versus the more bus transit hub type scenarios of the 6 or the 10 stories?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. To make this conversation the most efficient, I've got a kind of a spreadsheet here that's got all the breakdowns. If the member wants a copy of that, I can just pass it along. Okay.
Member?
Thank you. Just because we are under a closure timeframe by the government, if the minister's fine, I'll read the chart, but ask us what would have been my follow-up question anyways, regardless. So the Mayor's Council on Regional Transportation just on the 16th passed some new high-speed corridors. Again, we fully support that, and this is not about that they should or shouldn't be doing that. Obviously, we need to see transit continue to expand, especially in fast-growing urban areas. One of the routes was Surrey to White Rock down King George Boulevard, and that makes sense just off the top of my head, knowing some of the transportation corridors as little as I do within that area. That makes sense. But obviously some questions arise. White Rock over the years has not exactly had skyscrapers grow quickly. So would these provisions of Bill 47 on that new rapid route come into effect? And if so, what would be the height maximum minimums within the White Rock area?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the member's question around BRT. There's still work that needs to happen with TransLink because the TransLink doesn't have clear definitions of how they define BRT yet because it doesn't exist. And so the work is happening right now with TransLink of how they want to define it, how we can come to an agreement on definitions, and then that'll be something that gets considered with regs sometime in the future, but BRT doesn't exist right now, and so it was a challenge to put it in legislation until that work is done.
Member.
Thank you, and reading the minister's chart, I think I can see where maybe some of the confusion I've been hearing from other municipalities of people that I know from a past life may have come from. So just to clarify, there's the minimum allowable height of stories, be it 20 or up to 10, up to 6, minimum allowable floor area ratios or densities, and the prescribed distance to the various types of bus exchanges and cities. I understand how they're broken out. Type 2, Kamloops would be a Type 2 city, Kelowna, things of that nature. So the way it's written is for the bill, then the minimum allowable height, unless a city has zoning or an OCP requirement that it would say, for the 20-story we'll say, that everything built has to be more than 20 stories. It would actually be up to the city couldn't say no to someone that wanted to build 10, even though they're in an area that says minimum allowable height of 20. Is that correct? In other words, it would still be up to the developer to figure out what would make sense for their business case unless there's a higher standard by that municipality.
Minister.
Yes, the member is correct.
Member.
Okay, and is there any expectation, obviously as soon as rules are changing in real estate, things can either be put on hold, things can be accelerated based on clarity of what the rules will or won't be. We've already heard several of the other bills have a lot left to regulation, which creates uncertainty, which tends to slow things down. When does the minister expect those conversations with the Mayor's Regional Transportation around BRTs and other transportation definitions to be solidified so that the broader community knows what the real state of play is with Bill 47 as it actually interacts with the actual physical land?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It's hard to say exactly. The TransLink in their press release has stated that they're just starting the concept design work on what this will potentially look like, what can possibly stations look like, what the service times will be, and then on top of that, there's obviously a big ask for the federal government for dollars to make it a reality, and so it's hard to give an exact timeline given that A, it doesn't exist yet, B, TransLink hasn't defined what kind of service it's going to be, how frequent it's going to be, and so I can't give a member an exact date until TransLink has done that work.
Member.
Thank you. I'll use a couple other examples then, not TransLink, but more BC Transit related. Kamloops has a downtown bus exchange. I'm assuming that would be considered a type 2 bus exchange. What would the area, what would be the minimum number of buses that would be queuing and coming and going to qualify as a bus exchange? And would say the queuing that happens just outside of this building on, what is it, Government Street, I guess, would that be considered a bus exchange?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So for bus exchanges, it must have 2 or more bus connections at it.
Shall Clause 1 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 4 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 5 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 6 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 7 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 8 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 9 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 10 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 11 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 12 pass? Recognizing the member from Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to make an amendment. Unfortunately, I don't have an actual pen to sign the amendment, so if someone could help me out with that, that would be great. Thank you. It's essentially the same amendment as the member from Richmond, thank you, presented back in Clause 1. This is on Clause 12, which is the Vancouver Charter. And so essentially transit-orientated area, the definition means an area within a prescribed distance from a transit station. We are adding in, except for an area that is part of a heritage conservation area. And I'll just be very, very brief because our members did speak around both Vancouver as well as other parts of the province. And fundamentally, I guess what we didn't make clear the first time to the minister, so hopefully this one could come into effect because it does impact Vancouver, which is where the vast majority of the concern around this has arisen. And we understand about the provisions overriding one another and how heritage acts can take precedence. And that's why we say heritage conservation area, because we knew it would have a certain meaning. But the reality is that there is confusion out in the general public. This doesn't fundamentally change the bill at all. It doesn't restrict anything. It doesn't change anything. It provides clarity. It provides clarity, especially to communities of ethnic origins that have concerns around this, Chinatown, the Punjabi market, things of that nature, so that as they read the legislation, as they go looking to see how it might impact them, they have certainty and clarity, and they're not hunting around to check other forms to see if it does or doesn't take effect. And they're not trying to figure out what actually takes precedence over another. Does the federal government take precedence over, or does a municipal government act take precedence over? It's really about providing that clarity to people. And more importantly than providing clarity to the people while the debate around this bill is happening and there's a hyper awareness of what's going on, once this bill's passed, this is about providing clarity 3 years from now for somebody. When there's totally different players involved, there's different staff, there's different ministers, there's different everything, because there's always perpetual change. And so that's really what the intention of this is, as was with the first one, and I apologize we didn't make that abundantly clear in our comments, but we're trying to correct that error that seems to have been missed in the drafting of this. And that's why we are trying to amend a definition area, just to provide clarity to people, a very clear and easy, concise way for people to look at it and say they can or can't do something within that heritage area. And that's why, based on the minister's comments on the amendment last time, saying he supports the concept, just can't support the amendment, I would suggest this is not a reach too far for the government to say, you know what, it's really not that bad of an amendment to add in to make sure that the public can go to one source and get clarity as they're reading through a piece of legislation to see how it impacts transit-orientated development, than having to try to sort through the hierarchy of different levels of government and superseding pieces of legislation or not. So that's the...
I'll recognize the member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to make an introduction.
Is leave granted? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce class from Anmore Elementary that is in the house today. They made the long journey, got up really early this morning to be here and to see this debate. So would the House please make them feel welcome?
And we will take a short recess to get copies and distribute the amendment. We'll call the committee back to order. The amendment. The amendment is in order. I'll recognize the minister.
Thank you. And again, thanks to the member for bringing this forward. The drafters have notified us that the legislation is pretty clear on this matter. In fact, I just did a quick search on historic places online, historic places in BC, and a full map shows up of all the places and regions that have this type of designation. So it is fairly easy for folks to go on there. And I would agree with the member that perhaps there was some commentary made public that created some confusion. And so this is a good opportunity to clarify that any historic site that is either designated by the federal government, by the province, or by local government is not covered by this. And I share my colleague across the way's passion for wanting to protect Chinatown, et cetera, to ensure that we have those historic sites protected at the same time able to get housing built. So, but we can't support the motion because the legislation already makes that clear.
Seeing no further speakers, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. Division's been called. Members, it would be helpful to the clerks if people could be in their seats so that we could take the attendance as there's a number of people absent. Members, we're voting on the proposed amendment to Clause 12 in Bill 47. All those in favor, please stand. Thank you. All those opposed, please stand. Thank you.
I'm just going to make him the host over here if you do that.
Emily Ashton?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Emily Sandu?
I vote nay.
Thank you. Those voting aye: DeYoung, Dirksen, Millibar, Stone, Bond, Ross, Oakes, Bernier, Davies, Klovchuk, Morris, Kylo, Merrifield, Watt, Stewart, Shapitka, Ashton, Sturdy, Letnick, Firstnell, Olson, and Walker, 23. Those voting nay: Chandra Herbert, Parmar, Coulter, Lohr, Malcolmson, Bear, Cullen, Baines, Dean, Bailey, Mercier, Russell, Rutledge, Leonard, Chow, Arsing, Whiteside, Farnworth, Callon, Eby, Conroy, Sharma, Dix, Robinson, Fleming, Alexis, Rankin, Ralston, Simons, Elmore, Glumac, Routley, Donnelly, Green, Anderson, Chant, Sandu, Dykeman, Padden, Begg, A. Singh, and Banman, 42.
The motion is defeated. We will presume on clause 12. Shall clause 12 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 13 through 25 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I move the committee rise and report bill complete without amendment.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion is carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
The committee on Bill 47 reports the bill complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read a third time, Congressman?
Now.
Members, the question is third reading of Bill 47, Housing Statutes Transit Oriented Areas Amendment Act 2023. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carried. Division has been called. Members, is there an agreement to waive the time? Thank you. Members, the question is third reading of Bill 47, Housing Statutes Transit-Oriented Areas Amendment Act 2023. All those in favor, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated, and we will also check with members online. Okay, didn't look like. Those voting nay, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Members online, Madam Clerk.
Emily Ashton.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Minister Kang.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Emily Sandu.
I vote aye.
Madam Clerk.
Nemine Contradescende.
Housing Statute Transit-Oriented Area Amendment Act 23 has been read third time and has passed. Dave.
House and come right back.
Medicare. House will be in recess for 5 minutes. Calling the House to order. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill 45 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again?
Now.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call Committee of the Whole Bill 45, Miscellaneous Statutes Act.
Committee Chair.
All right, members, let's call this committee to order for Bill 45, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act number 4, 2023. We are on Clause 1. Member for Abbotsford West on Clause 1.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. What I'm going to do, out of deference to my colleague, the leader of the third party, is encapsulate a whole series of questions into one glorious statement to be followed by a proposal, an amendment proposal, because the leader of the Green Party has some questions. Time is of the essence. And I only make that point because it's the kind of collaborative approach to discussions in this chamber that in the past has served the chamber very well, and it is, again, regrettable that the chamber, a committee room in this assembly sat empty for 8 hours yesterday when we could have reviewed this material more fulsomely than we are presently having the chance. However, we have registered that disappointment and concern, and I won't spend any more precious time now doing so. We've learned, as is always the case, and I'm obliged to the attorney for the information that she has provided with respect to the clauses that we have considered and the government's intention insofar as we have been able to discern them thus far. The key point, and it was part of the discussion earlier relating to the commencement clause 42, is that the government recognizes that in introducing clause 1 and 2, we are on clause 1 now,
that there are serious concerns, and we've had those concerns articulated here. They have come from the Leadership Council, they have come from municipalities across British Columbia and their representative body, UBCM, advocacy groups for communities, and the homeless, most specifically and pointedly for the homeless themselves. The government's response to that was to acknowledge that there are these grave concerns that apparently they did not anticipate and did not foresee. And secondly, to suggest that those concerns were sufficiently serious to warrant distinguishing these sections, and I think as a way of providing, in an attempt to provide some comfort, to announce publicly, well, we won't be moving forward with these sections. Forgive me, but in the past what that has meant is that the government would find a way to sever, well, not find a way, sever those provisions, engage in the discussions, and then come back and try again following the outcome of those discussions. But that's not pointedly what is happening with respect to Clause 1 and 2. The government has said, we still want to pass them, and now rather than having them take effect upon royal assent, which would take place, I guess, in an hour or two today, we will decide, the government will decide at some point in the future through a far more less transparent process, which is a decision in the cabinet room. We'll decide how, when, and where to for the sections to take effect. We're not really clear on what the nature of the discussions will be. We really don't have any sense of what the outcome is that the government is looking for, or what will trigger in the government's mind a belief that the prerequisite has been met for enacting the section. We don't know any of that. We only know this. We know that the language in the Act won't change. That whatever discussions take place between the government and the First Nations Leadership Council, between the government and the UBCM, between the government and other advocacy groups, nothing will impact the letter of the law before us. And that, I would suggest, is highly presumptuous. And does a disservice to the notion of true consultation when the outcome is preordained, because the only option is a question of when the same provision will take effect. But the government has made clear, and the spokesperson for the government on this is the attorney, and she has said that that is the approach the government wishes to take, and of course the government majority has determined that that is so. I'm going to table an amendment, and I'll offer it to the chair for distribution, and I've made copies. And the amendment, Honourable Chair, tries to place within the confines of what the government has determined it is intent on doing, at least tries to further define and add some statutory protection around this question of consultation. And the amendment says, amend section 274.1 or clause 1 of this bill to add a subsection 2 for the purposes of enforcing under section 274 a bylaw against the person who is sheltering at an encampment while homeless. Subsection 1 does not apply until after both of the following criteria have been fulfilled. Sub A, on or before June 30, 2024, the minister must conduct a consultation with all local governments about the following. If the impact and effectiveness of section 274.1 of this act on enforcing under section 274 a bylaw against a person who is sheltering at an encampment while homeless, and sub 2, the availability of shelter that meets the criteria set out in section 274. And sub B, the minister must, in respect of each consultation conducted under subsection sub 1, lay a report before the Legislative Assembly. And I'm going to say, as a result of the conversations we've had in this chamber, that the amendment that I've tabled under sub A, all local governments, and I would add the words, and the First Nations Leadership Council to that. So sub A would read, on or before June 30, 2024, the minister must conduct a consultation with all local governments and the First Nations Leadership Council about the following. The government says take us at our word. We say at a bare minimum, these groups deserve to have a statutory protection that their views will be considered, notwithstanding the fact that the government has made clear it has no intention of altering the language of the provision before us. That is the amendment I propose, Mr. Speaker, and offer it to the committee and move that amendment.
If the chair might ask the member a question, I heard the member say that the consultation was with local governments and the First Nations Leadership Council. In the speech, in the proposed amendment, I don't see "and the First Nations Leadership Council." Is it meant to be in the text? Is it possible for the member to amend his amendment to include that? Thank you. We're just going to make some copies for process reasons to make sure that everyone has the complete text as moved by the member for Abbotsford West. Sorry, Leader, third party.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Given that I think we all understand the spirit and the intention, I'm wondering if I could just say a few words in support of the amendment.
Yes, please. I think we now have the copies anyway, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the amendment being introduced by the member for Abbotsford West in that it provides some clarity around the process that would be undertaken, as has been suggested by the Attorney General. But it also shows some respect and acknowledgement for the role of the Legislative Assembly in that we would be provided with the report on that consultation that is, we've been told is going to happen. So I support this amendment.
Seeing no further speakers, does the attorney wish to address this?
I'm just going to take a...
Attorney, and I would just say, for clarity's sake, the amendment appears to be in order.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to refer the House to the public comment that the Premier made, I believe yesterday, where he said he was open to changes to the consultation process, and if we did not get this in the right place, we would not put it into force. We've been very transparent and open with our partners. In fact, I'm informed by the Minister of Housing and the Premier that they already had meetings with the Federal Housing Advocate, the BC Human Rights Commissioner, UBCM, and FNLC to share the intent, hear the feedback, and discuss next steps for consultation. In fact, the list of the people they've met with is broader than what's contemplated in this amendment as it stands, so in my view, it's not necessary.
Seeing no further speakers, shall the proposed amendment as moved by the member for Abbotsford West pass?
Aye.
Amendment fails to pass.
On division.
On division. Thank you. Leader third party on clause 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's 3:15, and I won't repeat what the Minister from Abbotsford West said, but we've had extremely limited time to debate these very serious clauses. I'm hoping that the attorney can provide answers as rapidly as possible because I have a lot of questions to ask about these amendments. The first question is, what problems related to encampments is this bill trying to address?
Minister.
Thank you. I will endeavor to answer as quickly. I think we talked about it in detail with the other member about the problem that it's hoping to address. So one is lack of clarity in the law when courts are contemplating these issues of the encampment. The encampments are growing in communities. Municipalities are taking steps to act. I gave an example a few times of Prince George and the best practice that we try to employ when it comes to de-encamping and providing alternative shelter on the spectrum all the way to housing for individuals. And that best practice involves partnerships with municipalities, and it's necessary for us to have that partnership to get there. This particular amendment was with respect to a municipality seeking an injunction. And in that scenario, we felt like there should be a common understanding of what's necessary to prevent issues like what happened in Prince George, where even despite the MOU, the municipality moved forward with a de-encampment without there being alternative shelter available. We think that it provides that common ground and good intervention into the law related to this.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was there other wording considered for these amendments? And if so, what was it?
Minister.
Under the normal rules of this legislature and legislative process, drafts or previous drafts of legislation are under privilege for cabinet and legislative reasons.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The attorney indicated that the problem related to encampments, the example she used was Prince George, where there was an MOU, but the city moved to decamp people. How does this particular legislation prevent decampment when it, how does this prevent decampment?
Minister.
So there's bigger work with the Ministry of Housing and local partners to, I think the question to prevent encampments or prevent de-encampment. The purpose of this amendment is to, in an instance where there is action to de-encamp, to set criteria before the court and the local government as to what they should consider with respect to alternative shelter, meeting the basic needs of people.
Member.
Did the government consider alternatives to putting this legislation forward, for example, increasing services to outdoor sheltering spaces such as washrooms, storage, electricity, and fire safety training?
Attorney.
So the answer to the question is yes. It's important that this provision be put in the context that it is and not be used to say it's our full answer to encampments. We provided $4 million over 3 years for an encampment support fund to invest in things like the member suggests, like better washrooms, better things for an encampment. We've also invested $1.5 billion through budget 2023 for new initiatives aimed at helping people to prevent and reduce homelessness in the province. That's including $44 million for temporary modular housing to support people sheltering encampments to move inside. I could go on, but we've done a lot with respect to that.
Member.
Does the attorney have the number of temporary modular housing units that have been provided?
Attorney.
Okay, thanks. So because there's been so many investments in supportive housing, and I think the member's question was about modular housing, so I'm going to give a broader, because some is modular, some isn't, but since 2017, there's been 4,800 people who were moved from homelessness who have moved into new supportive housing units. Then that's in 30 communities across the province. And I also had a stat for the specific program, which I think she asked. Sorry, I is it here? No, I don't have it anymore, do I? Which I can endeavor to get to you at another question.
Member.
Thank you. So I think I heard the number 4,800 since 2017 of people that have been provided with some form of housing. If the number is readily available, does the Attorney General know how many people in BC are currently homeless?
Member.
If I may, we're discussing encampments. We're discussing the housing crisis and homelessness. I've asked a question of how many people in BC are currently homeless. I don't think it should take 5 minutes to get that answer.
Attorney.
Yeah, thanks for asking me to speak. I was endeavoring to get you a more complete number of the number of units available than we had, but I will move on, and then we can try to get that to you at some point. So from the Preventing and Reducing Harmlessness Project, the stat from 2020, which is I think the one that we have, there's an estimated 23,400 people have experienced homelessness at some point between January and December 2020. So that's the one stat that relates to that.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So 23,000 plus in 2020. We know that the crisis of poverty has deepened. We know that in regions that have reported out on homelessness, that numbers have typically increased pretty significantly. So we're probably nearer to, let's estimate, between 30 and 40,000 at this point. I could be wrong, but I would say well over 23,000 if that was 3 years ago. Given what we have seen in all of our communities as the growing crisis of homelessness. The onus in these amendments really isn't on, as was established by the minister or the member for Abbotsford West in the conversation around the responsibility for providing shelter and social housing, which is the province. The onus is, providing what the Attorney General says is a clarity of definition around reasonable shelter, so that municipalities have the capacity to seek injunctions. Did the government consider issuing a moratorium on encampment evictions until housing was made available to people who need housing? This could be a whole range of the type of housing, to tiny home villages like we have in Duncan, mobile homes, other measures that encampment residents have asked for. Why was the onus not put on the province to provide the social housing and the housing that they should be required to provide?
Minister.
So I think it's really important to put this provision in context. I think the member said that the onus is shifted on a municipality, and I just want to correct that. That's not the purpose of this. We know that the provincial government has responsibility for housing, and we are actively investing in a range of not only initiatives for support of people, but also a range of types of housing in communities to prevent homelessness and to move people into housing that they need to stay housed. The purpose of this is when a municipality is seeking an injunction to enforce an order to de-encamp. And in that particular situation, we felt it necessary for clarity on the law, and I went over in detail why the reasons were for that, because of scenarios that have come up in this province and in courts that that I think didn't meet the dignity of the people that were being de-encamped in that scenario. So I just wanted to say that these are very complicated issues. In scenarios we know, and we probably have all heard of safety issues that can exist in encampments, particularly for women. So the reason that this particular provision is before the House right now is to answer the question of what is meeting the basic needs of people to move them along from an encampment.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So courts have repeatedly recognized, and I think it's really important in the context of this conversation, that there have been a lot of court cases, and they've repeatedly recognized that evicting encampments where actual long-term housing is not available simply leads to a cyclical movement of people from one place to another, from one park to another, without changing any of the negative effects of an encampment. In Adamson, Stewart, and Bamberger, this was part of why the courts refused injunctions to evict encampments. How does this bill do anything but continue to perpetuate that cycle?
Minister.
So I would agree with the member with the statement that said that displacing people from an encampment without alternative shelter is not solving the issue, is not leading to dignity of that individual that's in camp, nor is it helping municipalities, because encampments may start in different places. So exactly for those reasons, we felt the need to come to a common understanding for municipalities and the courts is when de-encampments happen, and that there is alternative shelter that meets the basic needs of an individual, and to provide that dignity and consider that when a de-encampment process is happening from a municipality.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How can this legislation address any of the negative effects of people who are living outdoors when it doesn't require that there be long-term housing available to put in when prohibiting outdoor sheltering? And I'm going to add to this, and I brought this up in my second reading comments, there are people for whom shelters are not a feasible option. How does this legislation impact those people?
Minister.
So again, I think it's important to put this provision in the context that it is. So the provincial policy and how we have shown and our commitment to the encampments starts when the people are in the encampment, and on a voluntary basis, an individualized assessment of the needs of that individual, and then the moving along to an alternative shelter space. Like the example that I raised in Prince George, there was an MOU, there were shelter spaces set to come on board from that assessment in the encampment of what the needs were for that population of people. This is very specific, this provision. It's when a municipality is seeking an injunction to enforce a de-encampment. And in that scenario, we think it's right that the municipality will have considered the criteria of shelter that meets the basic needs of that individual in the process of that de-encampment.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to note that if the shelters were available and they met the basic needs of people, then people wouldn't have to be forced into those spaces. Has this been taken into account?
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it's important to say that to acknowledge the member and the question asked, which is that people have individualized needs with respect to housing, and our bigger housing plan has seen record investments in a diverse level of shelters across the province. Since 2017, overall shelter spaces increased by 45% across this province, and permanent shelter spaces have doubled. We have record investments in setting up shelter spaces across the province. We have some municipalities that are willing partners in establishing the shelters in their communities and some that are not. And so I think to answer that question, we acknowledge there's diverse needs. We're making those investments in shelter spaces, and we're willing to work with municipalities across this province to get shelters and more shelter spaces in their communities.
Member.
Thank you. I think it's also very important to recognize the difference between the aspiration of having more and more shelter spaces versus the aspiration of having homes for people to live in. Those are two very different things. And I think that the point I was raising was that for a lot of people, shelters aren't a viable option for a variety of reasons. Including, for example, being a residential school survivor or having suffered abuse in the hands of a provincial institution, like a healthcare system. So the aspiration of more and more shelter spaces is like the aspiration of more and more food banks. We're not solving the problem, we're just responding to the symptoms of the problems. In this case, creating the conditions where municipalities can seek injunctions against encampments and say, you know, we can forcibly evict people because there are X number of shelter spaces nearby, does not solve the problem. And for a lot of people, it continues to perpetuate exactly the kind of harms that actually make it harder for those people to thrive. What is an encampment for the purpose of this bill? How many people and structures need to be present in a place for it to be an encampment? Does one person living in one tent constitute an encampment? What about one person sleeping under a tarp in an alley or a park? Is that an encampment?
Minister.
Okay, I think the member raised an important point of shelter and home. We have built and are underway 77,000 units of houses or homes for people in this province. And you can't isolate one part of our plan that's very comprehensive. I could probably stand up and talk a lot about all the investments we're making on houses, record investments on homes for people in this province, but I know we won't have the time to do that. But I also want to correct what the member said about what these provisions do. It's not a green light for municipalities to move towards the encampment if it's not a checklist. The point is that when they're going towards an injunction, they're seeking an injunction to enforce their rights for a bylaw enforcement for the encampment, that there's a common understanding of what the criteria is to assess if alternative shelter is available that meets the basic needs. That's what was missing in the way the law was developing and the way municipalities and courts have been communicating through each other through court hearings, and that's why we did it. There is, as I mentioned earlier, no need for a definition of encampment in this legislation. It doesn't require a definition of encampment because it's in an instance where a municipality has sought to enforce their bylaw with respect to removing what they have already determined is an encampment through the court. So in that scenario, what we're asking is what we're putting in is criteria that sets out the factors for what's meeting the basic needs. So we don't have a definition of encampment here. It's not needed.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. What is overnight? So how many nights must a person be able to stay overnight for? And for example, could a municipality evict everyone from a tent city into a shelter if that shelter is scheduled to be closed a few days or even a few weeks later?
Attorney.
So putting this in the context of a court determination, because that's when this would come up. I think the member was talking about subsection A and the overnight. Just maybe she could nod if that's what she was talking about, or was it a broader thing? Okay. Overnight shelter. So it would be up to the court to determine, but it's in the context of the larger provision, and the larger provision says reasonably available to the person and meets their basic needs, and as alternative shelter. So the goal and the drive would be, it would be for the municipality to show that that overnight space was not there to displace the person and not provide the rest of it. So you have to put it in the context. So it's reasonably available to the person and meets their basic needs, and that would be for the court to determine.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would there need to be enough reasonably available shelter for everyone who is currently homeless in the community or the municipality, or just for the people who are in the encampment?
Minister.
That would depend on the scope of the injunction that's before the court in that scenario, but it would apply to that scope.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure what apply to that scope would mean, but I'm going to put a scenario in front of the attorney and maybe she can answer this. What would prevent a municipality, for example, from evicting everyone currently staying in a shelter and then being able to say we have enough shelter spaces to address all of the members of this encampment?
Minister.
I'm going to assume that it wasn't meant this way, but I would say that the way that the shelters operate are with nonprofit partners and BC Housing and partners in community. It's not a direct municipality control. So the scenario that was brought up by the member, it wouldn't be the nonprofit or the BC Housing to displace people that were in the shelter. I guess the scenario wouldn't happen, and it's disparaging to the people, the partners that we would work with in community to run those shelters.
Member.
Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. No intention of being disparaging, just wanting to really understand what the circumstances that could be created to make injunctions successful. And considering what we've seen and what the attorney has raised about Prince George, what we saw with the decampment that happened in Vancouver earlier this year, I would say that there's not a lot of ground for a huge amount of good faith at all times when it comes to how people who are homeless are treated in this province. And I think it's important to recognize that that people aren't not having their basic needs met. 2020, there were 23,000 people without homes in this province. I think there's more now. This is a significant number of British Columbians. What does the term may stay mean? Does it mean that the person is permitted to stay? Does it mean only that the person is permitted to stay by the space provider? Or does it mean that the space is practically accessible to the person in question considering their individual circumstances?
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the chair. So I'm informed that the purpose of the may is to distinguish between daytime and overnight shelter. So there are shelters that are only daytime and there's no overnight. So the may is it in there to set the shelters that a person may stay overnight at that shelter.
Member.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to the chair. And the second part of the question, does it take into account that the space is accessible to the person in question, considering their individual circumstances, for example, in a wheelchair?
Minister.
Thank you. So I think I talked about it before, but I'll mention it because it's important in this context. Generally speaking, the way our provincial policy approach aligns with the bigger work we're doing is the assessment of the needs of the individual as they move through the spectrum of housing or what's available to them. So in a best practice scenario, which we work with our municipal partners to and we go to the encampments, we speak to people who are voluntarily, offered alternative shelter that is based on what their needs are. This scenario is, or this provision, I want to set it apart a little bit because this is when a municipality is seeking an injunction. It's not meant for the individualized assessment criteria here. It's to put guidance in and criteria for the courts and municipalities in determining whether or not the alternative shelter is reasonably up to the person when they're enforcing the encampment for that population.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking for the kind of details because I think it isn't entirely clear what the intentions are. For example, how near do bathroom, shower facilities, and free meal providers need to be to meet the bill's requirements? Within a certain distance? What is that distance? Is it a walking distance? Is it a transit distance? And is a person's mobility taken into account with that?
Minister.
Thank you. So at the very top in the language that couches it talks about reasonably available to the person. We would expect that a court on a fact-specific basis would assess the application and whether or not, with that reasonableness, whether or not that particular fact scenario meets that person has access to a bathroom or shower near a shelter. The point of these provisions is to work towards common ground and understanding the alternative shelter that meets the person's basic needs. And I'm sure the engagements that the Premier and the Minister of Housing are having now are getting at some of those details.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would, for example, it be considered reasonable if there was a 24-hour Tim Hortons and that there is nearby access to shower and a free meal in a community warming center down the street?
Minister.
So the direct answer is no, we wouldn't consider the scenario laid out by the member as to fit the criteria that are laid out in this provision.
Member.
Does the access to bathroom and shower have to be free? So would a nearby community center with these facilities count even if you have to pay for entry into that facility?
Minister.
So the provider that would be, I guess, running that shelter, providing that shelter space, may pay for the service of a washroom, but we wouldn't expect that the individuals would have to pay for that use.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Questions pertaining to human rights. There have been significant number of groups and organizations that have raised very serious considerations about this legislation, including the Federal Housing Advocate, First Nations Leadership Council. The letter that I mentioned 2 days ago now has 161 signatures of people from 34 community service and advocacy organizations, 11 universities and colleges, 9 law firms, 2 churches, or ministries, and several individuals with lived experience of homelessness. What are the considerations that the province is putting in place in response to these human rights concerns that have been raised?
Minister.
I think we talked about it at length 2 days ago, and I have an update also that I added to it. So the Premier is very openly, and I think also I've described in detail with the good questions that are being asked, the intent and the purpose and the area of law that we want to make sure has more clarity to it. But the Premier has said that we're open to changes through the consultation process, and if we don't get it in the right place, we wouldn't put it into force. And I know since that we met a few days ago, he and the Minister of Housing have met with the Federal Housing Advocate, the BC Human Rights Commissioner, UBCM, FNLC, to share the intent of the legislation, hear the feedback, discuss next steps for consultation. It's something that we're going to take very seriously. I was also informed that the Federal Housing Advocate asked BCE to contribute best practices for a federal report based on our overall housing strategy and the work that we're doing to move people to housing in the province.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What specific considerations were taken of human rights and constitutional requirements in the drafting of these provisions?
Minister.
So all the appropriate and usual processes were followed in terms of the internal legal advice sought, but I can't speak about that because I would infringe upon solicitor-client privilege.
Member.
Back to the minimum shelter standards. In the definition of reasonably available shelter, would the shelter space be required to provide an actual bed for every person to sleep on?
Minister.
So this criteria sets out that every shelter has a place to sleep, and my understanding is that varies what that is based on the shelter.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would there be a requirement to provide secure space for storage of belongings? Is it reasonably available if it limits the person to one or two small bags of belongings, forcing them to abandon survival items and precious personal belongings?
Minister.
Thank you. So the way the decampment policy plays out in the province, before the person is offered alternative shelter, there's discussion of storage or storage necessary. So some shelter spaces may have storage, some may not, but before the alternative shelter space, before that decision, there is a discussion with them about what the storage needs might be for that individual.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, there's no clear expectation of what sufficient storage would be.
Minister.
Not for the purposes of this provision.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would space need to be available to the person during the day, either at the same shelter or at some other space?
Minister.
Thank you. This provision specifically refers to overnight, so it's not contemplated in this provision.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if one considers a real-life scenario where people are decamped and there isn't sufficient space for storage of their survival items, such as a tent and a sleeping bag, but the reasonableness of this indicates that it only has to be overnight. It is now, we're in the winter months, in many places in BC, it's well below zero, and so people are now outside, often for most of the day. How are they supposed to meet their basic needs to stay warm enough and survive in those conditions?
Minister.
Thank you. So we would expect municipalities to, it's their jurisdiction about warming weather responses for cold weather in their area, so people have a place to go to warm up during the day. And the best practice for the province in the de-encampment response would be that, and this it happened, and I think I'm told when the province stepped in Hastings, is that people would have storage, but also access to their storage during the day.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why are these two clauses being added now?
Minister.
Thank you. So we had a chance to talk about this in detail today, but I'll repeat it. There was, encampments are becoming an increasing issue for municipalities in this province, but across the country. The municipalities are grappling with dealing with it. The province is focused on making sure people have access to alternative shelters and permanent housing through the spectrum of housing. And we all want to make sure people are treated with dignity and respect that they deserve in all scenarios. What we saw was a gap in the law with respect to the criteria to assess what alternative shelter meets the basic needs of people in that de-encampment process. So specifically, this provision is related to when a municipality seeks an injunction related to enforcing a bylaw for de-encampment and sets out criteria for the court and the municipality to consider what that alternative shelter that meets the basic needs would be, and that criteria is meant to guide that decision making. We felt like there was a need for that clarity in the law on the basis that we want municipalities and courts to consider the needs of the person when they're moving through a de-encampment process.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So from what I understand from the attorney, the provisions were as a result of the government's sense that these were needed. Was there, and what we've seen since the amendments came out, that UBCM, First Nations Leadership Council, 161 signatories, the Federal Housing Advocate, all expressed a range of concerns about this legislation. Did government consult specifically with UBCM, with First Nations Leadership Council, with the Federal Housing Advocate in the preparation of this legislation?
Honorable members, it being 4:25, pursuant to the time allocation order adopted by the House yesterday, the committee will now proceed to finalize clause-by-clause consideration of Bill 45, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act Number 4, 2023. In accordance with the time allocation order, I will now put the question on all remaining clauses of the bill. Members, a division on the remaining clauses and the title cannot be called, but in accordance with Practice Recommendation 1, members may request to indicate passage on division. With that, we will proceed. Shall Clause 1 pass?
Aye.
So ordered on division. Shall Clause 2 pass?
Aye.
So ordered on division. Shall the title pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Minister.
I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete with amendment.
Members, you've heard the question. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. Carried on division. This committee is now adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Committee on Bill 45 reports the bill complete with amendment.
When shall the bill be considered as reported, Government House Leader?
Now.
So ordered. Members, when shall the bill be read a third time? Member, the question is, do we need a vote on that? The question is third reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. On division. Bill 45 Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act Number 4, 2023 has been read third time and has passed. Members, I have been advised. Microphone is on. It's okay. Honorable members, I have been advised that Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor is in the precinct. Please remain seated while we wait her arrival.
Zero Emissions Vehicles Amendment Act 2023. Forest Statutes Amendment Act 2023. Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act Number 3, 2023. Money Judgment Enforcement Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Act. Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act 2023. Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act Number 4, 2023. Housing Statutes Development Financing Amendment Act 2023. Housing Statutes Transit-Oriented Areas Amendment Act 2023. Labor Statutes Amendment Act 2023. In His Majesty's name, Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor doth assent to these acts.
Thank you, Hajkasiam. As always, it's wonderful to see all of you. I think you'll be relieved to hear that now is not the time for my 40-minute speech on the road. But it is a pleasure to be here and to, I guess, release you from the session and to say I wish for all of you every possible happiness over the season ahead, for the new year, and always. And also to express my appreciation to all of you for your loyal service to the province, for all that you do for your constituents, and all the care that you provide to them. I look very much forward to seeing you next year, to the throne speech, and to welcoming all of you to Government House. So take good care, enjoy the time you have with your families and friends, and all the best for the season and the new year. Hajkasiam. See you soon.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 62 on the order paper. Honourable Speaker, I move motion 62 with respect to standing orders of Legislative Assembly and adjusting our Thursday sitting time from 1 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. instead of the 1:30 to 6 p.m.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I seek leave to table document.
Is leave granted?
Aye.
Proceed.
It gives me great pleasure to table the 2024 parliamentary calendar. A copy has been sent to the Opposition House Leader's offices as well.
Thank you. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the House at its rising do stand adjourned until it appears to satisfaction of the Speaker after consultation with the government that the public interest requires the House shall meet, or until the Speaker may be advised by the government that his desire to prorogue the fourth session of the 42nd Parliament of the Province of British Columbia, the Speaker shall give notice to members that he is so satisfied or has so advised thereupon the House shall meet the time stated such notice, and the case may be by transact its business as if has been duly adjourned to that time and date. It's hard to do it when he's saying it word for word beside me. That by agreement of the Speaker of the House, leaders of each recognized caucus, location of sittings and means of conducting sittings of the House may be altered if required due to an emergency situation or a public health measure, and that such agreement constitute the authorization of the House to proceed in a manner agreed to. The Speaker shall give notice to all members of the agreement and shall table it for it to be printed in the votes and proceedings of the House of the next sitting. That in the event of the Speaker being unable to act owing to illness or other causes, the Deputy Speaker shall act in his stead for the purpose of this order. In the event of the Deputy Speaker being unable to act on his own to illness or other cause, the Deputy Chair of the Committee of the Whole shall act instead for the purpose of this order. In the event of the Deputy Chair of the Committee of the Whole being unable to act owing to illness or other cause, another member designated collectively by the House leaders of each recognized caucus shall act in her stead for the purpose of this order.
Before we take vote on this motion, I just want to say thank you everyone for your cooperation. We had wonderful times. Yeah, that's part of teamwork. That's okay. And so I wish each and every one of you the best of the season. Have a wonderful holidays and be safe. Enjoy time with your families. And before you leave, if you can clean your desks, that will be wonderful. Now the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. This House stands adjourned on government. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of everybody in this building, all the MLAs, I want to thank the amazing staff who make sure that this place continues to run. Of course, the dining staff, cleaning staff, Legislative Protective Services, the Sergeant at Arms, the ushers, the clerks, the Hansard staff, tour guides, the librarians, the chairs of committees, the deputy chairs of the committees. I want to thank all of them for the amazing work they do to enable us to be able to do this important work. And I want to wish everybody a safe and healthy holidays with your families, your loved ones, and if you're lucky enough to have so many grandchildren, I hope you get a chance to enjoy that. So thank you all. I move the House now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until further notice.